Indeed, we waited for this since 2019. And to conduct this section of our program, we're going to invite Reverend Harrison to come forward. Reverend Harrison.
Good afternoon, everyone, and I invite us now to stand as we go into the program, and we're going to be singing together the hymn that is printed in our song, in our program. And our choir, our school choir, will lead us in the singing. It's towards the back of your program. You raise me up. may be seated. So for the graduating class of 2022, it would appear as if you are being reminded that you're going to be raised up. So we were encouraged to repeat it over and over as you are identifying that you have been raised up to be more than you can be. I'm going to invite us to go to the next page in the program, and we will be making the responses as printed. At the bottom of that page, we're then going to turn to the last page where it will continue. Because we are made in the image of God, we have been blessed with free will to make choices and decisions. I share a reading from the Gospel according to St. Matthew, chapter 28. Verses 16 through 20. It is that part of the Gospel of St. Matthew that is called the Commissioning. The 11 disciples went to Galilee, to the mountain to which Jesus had directed them. When they saw him, they worshipped him, but some doubted. And Jesus came and said to them, "All authority in heaven and on earth has been given to me. Go therefore and make disciples of all nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit, and teaching them to obey everything that I have commanded you. And remember, I am with you always to the end of the age." Spread his word with the world. So do we commission you to do the same through the way you live your life. Always keep Christ in your heart. Christ is the light of all people. Let him shine in you during tough times, and always keep that light alive. Let Christ's light shine always, and speak to God. We are gathered, as a repeat. We are gathered together to celebrate the accomplishments of members of our community. One part of your life's journey is complete. You will prepare to begin another phase that will take you to unimaginable places. As you prepare for your next journey, we hope that you remember the ones you leave behind, who have loved and supported you throughout the years. Use those memories as a beacon to guide you on your path. Don't look back. Continue only forward while using those memories to create a new path. We pray that God will give you strength and determination to develop new relationships that will help to strengthen and sustain your faith. We invite now Tahira Barnett to come and to share with us a reading from Proverbs chapter 2. Oh, sorry, Tahira Bennett.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today's scripture reading will be taken from Proverbs 2, verses 1 to 11, and it reads thus: My son, if thou wilt receive my words and hide my commandments with thee, so that thou incline thine ear unto wisdom and apply thine heart to understanding. Yea, if thou criest after knowledge and liftest up thy voice for understanding, if thou seekest her as silver and searchest for her as for hid treasures, then shalt thou understand the Lord and find the knowledge of God. For the Lord giveth wisdom. Out of his mouth cometh knowledge and understanding. He layeth up sound wisdom and preserveth the way for his saints. Then shalt thou understand righteousness and judgment and equity, yea, every good path. 10th to 11th. When wisdom entereth into thine heart, and knowledge is pleasant unto thy soul, discretion shall preserve thee, understanding shall keep thee. Here endeth a portion of God's holy word. We honor it by saying, thanks be to God.
Thank you, Tyra. I want to acknowledge how fortunate we are as we come together once again to celebrate with our graduating class of 2022. For the last 2 years, of course, we have been impacted because of COVID-19 being present amongst us, and what a difference it has made to our lives. And I am pretty sure that the graduating class of 2022 will have lots of memories that they will be taking with them as they continue their journey. Being among those who would have been participating in the teaching learning exercise through online teaching, and the challenges that they would have encountered, the sort of challenges we have been having as well in terms of external exams. It's been a very challenging time, but through it all, I guess we could all celebrate with them today that they have overcome these challenges and are now ready to step out into a new phase of their journey. So this afternoon, want to identify with what was written and what was read in the litany with regards to the commissioning that Jesus Christ gave to his disciples, and with the commissioning that the Yorkcastle High School is now giving to you, that you're going to go forth from this place, and it is expected that you will be making us proud by the ways in which you're going to excel in whatever it is that you're going to be ending up doing, whether at university or in the world of work. So, since we are on this theme of a journey, I want to leave the graduating class with a little song, and I'm not really the best of singers. So this is for the graduating class, and particularly for grade 13. One more step along the world I go. One more step along the world I go. From the old things to the new. Keep me traveling along with you. And it's from the old I travel to the new. Keep me traveling along with you. And the promise that Jesus Christ gave is that he will be with us always. As you travel on the next leg of your journey, never forget that Jesus Christ goes with you. I now hand over to Mrs. Nina Dixon and Mr. Akimio Timol as they take us through the remaining program.
Thank you, Rev. Now, students, You've gone through one of the world's crisis, and you did not succumb to the pressures. In fact, you were strong. Strength does not come from winning. Your struggles develop your strengths. When you go through hardships and decide not to surrender, that is your strength. Mr. Timal.
There is a part in the litany that says, "We thank you for the laughter and the fellowship." Indeed, we can also say we endured some heartaches and some tears, but through it all, it was worth it. We now invite the valedictorians, Andrew McIntosh and Nikisha Smith, to Nikisha Williams, to come and do their valedictorian speech. Put your hands together for them.
Chairman of the Board, Bishop Christine Goodenbenguche, Principal Mr. Raymond Treasure, other members of the Board, representatives from the Ministry of Education, our guest speaker, Ms. Carleen Sigree, teachers, parents, graduates, good afternoon.
Fellow graduates, we have done it. Despite feelings of stress, anxiety, and depression each day, we can say that we've made it. With every day leading up to today, I know at least one student sitting here has told someone, "I'm stressed or I'm tired." Our teachers can attest to the looks of exhaustion being borne by their students. But today, we are able to smile and take a deep breath. One could not dream of the challenges we faced as final year students. As Nelson Mandela once said, "It always seems impossible until it is done." Our determined spirits, the guidance and support of our devoted teachers and parents, and most importantly, the strength of the Lord, have allowed us to stand here today as the York Castle High School's graduating class of 2020.
Why don't we take a little stroll down memory lane together? During GSAT, I honestly knew nothing about York Castle. Being from Trelawney, I only heard that it was an excellent school in St. Anne. Sometime after exams, I decided to transfer from my first choice to my second, as it was more convenient in terms of distance, cost, among many other factors. I remember tingling with excitement at the thought of discovering a new environment, interacting with new people, and engaging in fun activities. As grade 7 students, we were constantly reminded that the primary school attitude would just not benefit us anymore. Funny enough, not long after starting the semester, we were reprimanded due to the classes apparently competing to decide which one was the loudest of them all. From my experience, it seems like 7Y won that competition. Those were the days when the lunch lines were very comparable to the lines at KFC, and you would be considered lucky if you got through before an hour had passed. Despite all these challenges, we persevered on this, the first leg in an unforgettable journey, as many of us upheld the standard of excellence we exhibited in primary school, making it onto the principal's honor roll.
For me, grade 7 was the definition of chaos. It was the year of confusion, as we were now the little fishes in a big pond trying to survive. With the aim of finding our people, floated between friend groups. Not to mention how quickly we were attracted to the trend of being hot-headed and sad 24/7. It was the year we were discovering what life was like beyond the arms of our parents, and in all honesty, it was not cute or our finest moment. However, we cannot ignore how integral that year was for us.
In grade 8, we further trudged the muddy swamps and ditches as we continued on our paths to success. I remember how some of us would hold our heads in disappointment and look on with envy as at the awardees when all that stood between us and the honor roll was a single percentage point or even less. Even the abject terror we felt when we had physical education on the field, followed by information technology, or even worse, consumer science at the very top of the school. You all saw the steps, right? Speaking of physical education, many of the boys saw this as an opportunity to display their athletic ability in the various sports. And if the girls were training on the other side of the field, this was all the more true. During this era, we began to be more comfortable, occupying various leadership positions, such as student council representatives, form captains, executive positions, among others. The form captains took on the role of sound engineers, as they had to control the level of noise coming from the class. They also had to be on their guard, due to them being under the constant surveillance of their classmates and teachers. If you slipped up and made a mistake, there was a good chance you had to kiss your form captain badge goodbye. The grade 8 block also proved to be a space of mischief. Who can forget the grade 8 carnival? It was in grade 9 that the intensity of the academic war zone reached its peak, with the classes being streamed and students being prepared to sit external exams the following year. Our recommendation for subjects in grade 10 were heavily dependent on our academic performance the year before. As such, we fought tooth and nail for every mark that we could obtain. As a matter of fact, from my experience in grade 9Y, I can say that getting an 80% average was no longer sufficient, as getting that percentage would earn you the 20th position, if not more. We grappled with a myriad of subjects and challenges in that year, because doing well in grade 9 would allow us to do the subjects we needed to step into the great schools and careers that we had planned.
COVID-19 brought our grade 9 experience to an abrupt end. No one saw it coming. In fact, it was around the same time period that we celebrated the best Yorkcastle High School Spirit Week ever. And so, this virus came to knock us off our high horse, which we were strangely excited about. There was nothing more amazing to hear than physical school had been suspended. Many assumed it would have been a 2-week break. Who wouldn't be happy about that? An impromptu holiday? Of course we were glad. Excitement quickly faded, though, when we could no longer tell the days apart, and suddenly, years had passed by. Despite this, I know there are some students who were happy to escape the clutches of grade 9, specifically grade 9 biology. I remember the way 9Y would dread Miss Reed's biology tests because no one could seem to answer her questions correctly, excluding the 2 bright sparks who managed to get 90s every. For our exams, the grades were absolutely dreadful, but we were not surprised. I know my classmates were relieved when we did not have to do any end-of-year exams because the grades probably would have been worse. To this day, some of the grade 9 biology and human and social biology students rejoice when they receive an 80 because that is a distinction.
The pressure intensified upon arriving at grades 10 and 11. It was then that the winding path started to seem unending. During this period, we were further refined as men and women through the help of our teachers, guidance counselor Mrs. Dixon, among many others. We were taught the necessary skills needed to excel in the work world while being told stories containing beneficial morals. There were times when we felt like we were just dunce, and the reality of us inching closer towards adulthood was found to be overwhelming at times. On the surface, it seems as if our teachers never liked us, always making us feel unprepared for the road that lay ahead. However, we know now that they always had our best interest at heart and wished for us to maximize on our true potential. As true Yorkists, we rose to the occasion. We faced the challenges, scaled the rocky mountains, and in the end, emerged triumphant.
We are told that life without challenges is meaningless. It is said that there is a light at the end of the tunnel. However, no quote, inspirational saying, or motivational speaker was able to adequately prepare us for COVID-19 and its intention to destroy us both physically and mentally. Students who were motivated when we entered quarantine, we turned into burnt out, exhausted students, while many adults might not be aware that illnesses like social media addiction, body dysmorphia, and eating disorders were summoned by the coronavirus, we, as teenagers, see it was not easy. As our mental states declined, online school and its obstacles rose. The transition from physical school to online classes was not smooth, and as a result, many students were left behind for varying personal. Those with access to online schooling moved between feelings of excitement to feelings of fatigue after realizing it was no better than physical school. Can you imagine having to do work for more than 3/4 of your day? Can you imagine being in an environment where school was no longer Monday to Friday, but Sunday to Saturday instead? This is what the class of 2022. While there were some students who thrived in this situation, many students sacrificed the well-being of their physical and mental health to remain high achievers. Many struggled intensely as they fought to survive the feeling of every day being the same and the feeling that the world may never achieve normalcy. The pandemic robbed us of one of the most important stages in our life, a stage where we could have made many happy memories with those close to us. We've only just returned, and in a blink of an eye, we are already saying goodbye.
Our hands might as well have been tied behind our backs, our mouths sealed, and our movement restricted. This is how we felt during the COVID rampage, not being able to see our friends for such a long time. And when we finally got to see them, we had to exercise mental fortitude to prevent ourselves from hugging. Online school had its hills and valleys, but I can say with all confidence that our teachers put in the effort to deliver the content effectively in an interactive and fun manner. I will be honest with you, we went wild during this time, as teachers waited for responses to their questions, but none seemed forthcoming. This was the case, as instead of focusing entirely on class, we were stuffing our bellies with food. I won't call any names. Sleeping, cooking, taking showers, going out on the road, or even playing games. There were some of us, however, who squeezed every last drop of opportunity we could from this modality, gaining more positions and badges than the subjects we were doing. It was a time when we bounced from one mental breakdown to another, longed for the old days, and constantly uttered phrases like, "Me stress out, me can't bother," and I want the graduates to help me to complete this one. This school thing, enough for me. May I go? All right. So it is either chop the line, grow, raise cow, plant yam, all of these different things we said, the school thing isn't for us. These would be the alternatives. When we finally returned to the physical space, we were glad to see each other, but regretful that we could no longer wake up at precisely 8:20 and log on to class. Of course, there were times when we slept over that 8:20 mark. I remember pulling my first all-nighter in grade 12, and since then, my sleep schedule has never been the same. When the pressure accumulated and peer maths got too challenging, some of us decided to free our minds by playing friendly games of football, volleyball, and even gliding down the track. As head boy, whenever I pulled down my mask, even if it was to eat my lunch, I was swiftly reminded by my grade 10 friends to pull up a mask, pull up a mask, pull up a mask.
Though quarantine conditions prevented us from physically bonding with our friends, the technology of today provided spaces where we could communicate with our peers. Google Meet and Google Classroom became areas that facilitated watching movies with club members or friends. Not to mention the upsurge of online games like Among Us and Roblox that allowed multiple people to join WhatsApp calls and play together. These may seem unimportant and irrelevant to some, but for others, it provided a sense of normalcy that was needed. Just when we were beginning to achieve some amount of normalcy, Life dealt the grade 11 family a difficult card. We were robbed of the opportunity to have more amazing experiences with a beautiful young lady. Jana Kiani. If you were to ask me what the sun would be like as a human being, I would say Jana. She was a joy to be around, and her passing has left a hole in our hearts that may never be filled, especially when we know that today she would be sitting here celebrating the fact that we've made it. There will be nothing that can make us forget her infectious laughter. Whenever Miss Wilson would jokingly call someone disturbing in chemistry class, or how she would complain to Mrs. Hay Stevens that she cannot draw the items for her biology labs. This day, we are grieving, but we can find peace in knowing that her soul is at rest, and also that she is proud of her friends who have kept her in mind and heart and have completed another chapter in their lives. Our teachers also played an important role in the fact that we've gotten here today. They saw us and recognized our stress. They tried to lift this stress in their individual ways, despite being stressed themselves, and for that, we are grateful. It seemed like whenever a student was down, the Lord would speak to Mrs. Walsh-Sims, causing her to send endless motivational paragraphs to us. She has loved us like her own children and continues to do so, as she is missing out on something important to her, so she can be here with us today. Additionally, if it weren't for Miss Rose's idea to play music or motivational video before classes, I can guarantee you that some students would be completely gone from the lesson. She would continuously seek out ways to engage us and made her sessions more than sessions, providing us with life lessons in classes. Teachers like these helped us through the pandemic and are a huge part of why we stand here.
It was Ralph Emerson who said, "What lies behind us, what lies before us, are small matters compared to what lies within us." Now, I know that the vote of thanks will be delivered, but I have to express my heartfelt gratitude to the outstanding men and women who have helped to shape the lives of the stalwarts of the future. Your relentless effort, unyielding spirit, and your passion for leaving an indelible mark on the lives of students have not gone unnoticed.
Whether it meant skipping recess or encouraging us, our teachers made it their responsibility to make us feel. Since our teachers got to know us, many students feel as though the business classroom and the science labs are their second homes. Students still find themselves in these spaces, even when there's no good reason for them to be there, because of the unending support from both departments. Our guidance counselors have also played a pivotal role in our progress to this day. Through their welcoming personalities, they have saved many students from giving up and harming themselves. Mrs. Nina Dixon has made it her duty to think about where we would want to go after this, providing us with contacts in many universities and counselors, teachers, parents. We salute you. Today is a victory for you as it is for us. Without you, we could not step into the upcoming chapter of our lives. You gave us your time and energy, and we stand here today to show you that it was for something and we were indeed worth it.
As we have arrived at the last pages in this chapter of our lives, let this section of the school song resonate with you, and I hope you all know your school song by now. We will go across every nation, but you will have a place in our hearts. We'll reflect and give consideration, and remember that you gave us a start. Graduates, despite being caught up in your own lives after this, I implore you, do not neglect your Casa High. I have been here for 7 years, so you can trust me when I say, the mere fact that you passed through the halls of the Your Casa High School means that you have greatness embedded within you. Remember the spectacular transformation that occurred in your life as a result of the atmosphere of brilliance that has been cultivated at this institution. Go forth and spread the good news. There is a school upon Egypt Road with excellence woven into its nature. In the various fields of your choice, spare no effort in dominating the professional landscape and forcing others to spin their heads and give their full attention.
Congratulations, class of 2022. You have faced the worst possible situations and still all sit here as the champions you are. Within you lies greatness, and today is proof of just that. As you venture into the wider world, let your journey at your Castle High School be a testament that there is nothing you cannot overcome.
We will give thanks unto the Almighty, who has helped us to labor within, and who gave us the determination to enter, to fight, and of course, to win. Congratulations, graduates. We did it.
Delcine.
Up, up, you mighty Yorkists. Can we? Thank you.
Those were my babies too. Amazing, amazing, amazing. And I just want to say to all of you, not just to the valedictorians, but to all of you, that my wish for you is that life becomes all you want it to. That your dreams stay big, that your worries stay small, and that you never need to carry more than you can hold. I love all of you.
Indeed, I can identify with Mr. McIntosh's speech when he said that online teacher asks questions and there's nobody to answer. I had to start doing a little Dora. I asked my question and I answered it myself. That's how I had to go through.
I gave merit points.
And definitely I was the one with those merit points. All right, at this point, we are going to now invite the choir to come and do their item. Let us make them feel welcome, please.
When we don't
Oh no. I pray you'll be alright and watch us where we go, and help us to be wise in times when we don't know. Let this be our prayer when we lose our way. Lead us to a place, guide us with your grace, give us faith so we'll be saved.
Pray we'll find your light.
Pray we'll find your
And hold
light
it in our heart.
and hold it in our
When
hearts.
stars go out each night,
Stars go out each night.
remind us where you are.
Remind us where
Indeed, we can give them another round of applause. Beautiful, beautiful indeed. At this point in time, we will be having our principal's report. And of course, we'll be inviting none other than Mr. Raymond Treasure, our principal, to do his report. Make him feel welcome, please.
Thank you, Mr. Timol. Thank you very much for leading us off so well. Our Master of Ceremonies, we have Mr. Akimio Timol and Mrs. Nina Dixon, and I'm sure our board chairman, I am sure that our board chairman is also listening or participating on Zoom, so I use the opportunity to acknowledge her along with other members of the Board of Governors. And we also have with us, providing support, our Vice Chair, Reverend Athlone Harrison. We also have our Vice Principals, Mr. Seaton Jackson and Mrs. Antoinette Brown Edwards. And we also have our Regional Director, Miss Caroline Segree, very supportive of York Castle High School. And then we also have Mr. Erwin Clare, and Mr. Erwin Clare is recognized as the representative of Jamaica in the diaspora. So when as a Jamaican you get into trouble in the United States, especially in the New York area, you generally reach out to Mr. Clare. And you would have noticed that whenever the media in Jamaica wants to know what is happening in the United States, they will send a phone call to Mr. Erwin Clare OD, because he is Jamaica's frontman in the United States of America. As simple as you see him over there, he is the man that represents Jamaica. Please give him a hand. Yorkis Erwin Clare. Graduates, parents, friends, and well-wishers, and we have several who have joined us online. We have parents, we have members of our alumni associations, New York, Florida, UK, they all have joined us online. Not too sure how many persons we have now online with us, but I know they did indicate that they would be coming out to support us. So I use this opportunity to extend a very warm welcome and good afternoon to you all. Good afternoon, colleagues, friends, Yorkis all, good afternoon to you. Believe it or not, the last time I spoke like this in this, and I'm missing one. Yesterday we had a little problem. In fact, we were having this problem from about Friday. In the middle of an exam, the power went. And we called JPS about the power. And we were told that the truck is on its way. That was from Friday at about 1 o'clock. Saturday, it was still on its way. Sunday, it was still on its way. Monday, still on its way. Tuesday, I decided to take matters into my own hands and do things that I know they don't like. I put it on Facebook. And my counselor, welcome counselor. She said I didn't invite her, but she come in. Welcome counselor. The truth is, counselor, because I know your niece was going to be here, I thought she was going to give you the third invitation. Oh, nephew, your whole family come. So so I put it up on Facebook because I knew I would get action when I do that. My counselor saw it, and she called JPS. And trust me, in 30 minutes the light gone. 30 minutes the light went on. So, commendations, big up counselor. You're always supporting York Castle, and we appreciate all you do for York Castle High School. And believe it or not, even this morning, the manager of JPS Kingston called me and gave me his number and said, please don't put us on Facebook again. I was avoiding it. I was avoiding it, but I knew that if I did it, I would get action. So you know what to do now when you want action. Yes, yes. All right. So as I was saying before, the last time I did this was in 2019. Last time I did this. And you know that for the past 3 years, our world has been operating with a vicious pandemic, which literally stands above us like the sword of Damocles. And believe it or not, it feels that way, that we are lying down with a sword above us. Because when you feel that it is over, somehow it bounces back. So this morning, I read the newspaper and noticed that our Chief Justice is down with COVID. So every time you think that you have turned the corner as far as COVID is concerned, somehow it bounces back. Our world has been disrupted by this vicious pandemic. But as a resilient people, we have found ways to pivot. Yes, we did not accept it lying down. This year's graduation ceremony is a culmination of 3 years of trials and tribulations brought on by this pandemic. But despite the many challenges that came with the pandemic, we also experienced exceptional and monumental moments, created memories that will be fondly remembered for the rest of our lives. The class of 2022 would have spent at least 2 years under lockdown, doing classes online, and the Valedictorian described it well. For many teachers and students, the past 2.5 years have been the most challenging that we have encountered in our lifetime. But today we celebrate the accomplishments of those who have prevailed. We started academic year 2021 with over 1,355 students, with 208 students in grade 11 and 103 in grade 13. And notice I said grade 13 because we have over 240 students in our sixth form program. The class of 2022 was a very cooperative group that worked well with teachers and administrators to accomplish their academic and co-curricular goals. With significant restrictions on face-to-face activities, this group would have accomplished much using the online platforms available. They were quite innovative in their quest to benefit from the holistic educational opportunities that York Castle is known for. The 2021 CXC merit list has demonstrated that York Castle is a regional powerhouse, outfitted with some of the most brilliant and innovative teachers in the Caribbean region. Over 20 students and 5 subjects were featured on the 2021 merit list. And we anticipate that our current students in the graduating class of 2021 will also do well in their external exams to move on to the next phase of their academic journey. Commendations to our staff, to our parents, and other stakeholders, including the Ministry of Education, the Board of Governors, our alumni associations, the business community, our bus drivers, our merchants, etc., who gave this institution tremendous support this term. In fact, I'll share a little thing with you. On the last day of school, a representative from the Bus Drivers Association walked into my office with a card, a thank you card, and a little purse. And in the card, they said, "Mr. Treasurer, we want to express our appreciation to you for the way in which you helped us to earn some money this term." The truth is, those bus drivers had literally parked their buses for 2 years. So believe it or not, the school system is critical to Jamaica's economy. In places like Brownstown, the economy revolves around the education system. So you must understand that you are critical to the process, and we want to thank those who continue to support what we do. So we are grateful to those who would have supported the teaching and learning objectives that were achieved. In fact, some graduates did not turn up for rehearsal. And when I checked out the situation, why do you think they did not turn up for rehearsal? They don't know how to take the bus on their own from Ocho to Brownstown. Because for 7 years, they depended on the private buses to take them to Brownstown. You see why I call my students pedigree puppies? You know, mongrel dogs know what to do. In fact, I have we can't say it too loud because you know it go. You ever try throw away a mongrel dog? What happened to the mongrel dog? Come right back home. You try throw one pedigree puppy and see what happens. They can't find their way back home. So my pedigree puppies did not know how to take the bus to Brownstown. So you see why you have to big up and load up the bus drivers? Even with the pandemic constraining our movement, our students participated and excelled in several co-curricular activities. And trust me, York Castle was one of the schools in Region 3 that stood out when it came on to competitive activities. People will say, you know, we get involved in certain activities and we lose. We don't win. But one thing about York Castle, if it is egg, we are in the red. We are in everything. We expose our students to everything. And guess what? At the end of the day, they may not have a cup or a trophy to show, but they get the scholarships because with their skills and academic performance, they are the ones who will get the scholarships. And that is why we expose them to everything. To the point I was making, even with the constraints of the pandemic, we participated in football, track and field, basketball, table tennis, schools challenge quiz, mathematics and business competitions, JCD Festival of the Arts competition. And guess what? Last year, York Castle was the top performing arts school in St. Anne and one of the top in Jamaica. We came second behind Arden. So it is always a competition between Arden and York Castle, to the extent that we think the judges in Kingston thieving us now. And I think they are doing that. So, Counselor, I'm going to put it up on Facebook. Maybe you can call the judges in Kingston for me. They're thieving out the little country school. But we're still persevering in everything. Up to this oratorical contest. And guess what now? This is a big one. Special tribute to our robotics team. And for those of you who are here, please stand. Special tribute to our robotics team. Thank you for winning the national competition. And from that competition, they got the opportunity to represent Jamaica at the World Championships. York Castle owes a debt of gratitude to the York Castle High School Alumni Associations, the Universal Access Fund, thanks to our Member of Parliament, Miss Crystal Lee, and Mr. Darrell Vaz, the NCB Foundation, Evergo Limited, that gave us over $1 million to make that trip. First Challenge Jamaica Limited, parents and friends of York Castle in Jamaica and the diaspora for sponsoring our team that attended the World Championships in Texas. It is an experience that York Castle will always cherish. And we know that next year we will be going and we will be better because we would have learned well from the experience in Texas. In fact, Mr. Dwight Clark, the president of the New York chapter, has already announced that they have money put down for them to come again. They so enjoy their presence, they want them to come every year. But to come every year, they have to win every year. And guess what? We have to big up our neighboring school. St. Hilda's came second. So if York Castle didn't make it, St. Hilda's would have attended. So good things are happening in this region. Our clubs and students' organizations were also engaged in a number of school improvement and community development and outreach activities. Several schools benefited from the generosity. One thing with York Castle, we share our blessings. So when our blessings flow over from our cups into our saucers, we share in that blessing. We are not going to allow it to just go to waste. And that is one thing schools in this area can say. They would have benefited from the generosity of York Castle. So I commend the following clubs: the Key Club, the Business Club, and the Optimist Club of York Castle, and also the Students' Council for the ways in which they supported our neighbors, and even those who are not really our neighbors, but they reached out to others. The Students' Council Executive also piloted several leadership development activities in this region, and for that, we also commend you. As we anticipate the new term, we are aware of the challenges that await us in September. In fact, I am aware of the challenges that will be waiting on me on Friday when the PEP results come out. But guess what? I have no problem if you come to me. But make sure you come to me with 100,000 for help me put up 4 classrooms. Because without those 4 classrooms, it's trouble. The 6 formers cannot continue to have classes in the auditorium, right, 6 formers? Right. So we have to move them. So we are aware of the challenges that are out there waiting on us for the new term. There's an urgent need, as I said before, for additional classrooms to accommodate our sixth forms. We are confident, though, that we will mobilize the funding for this project, because I know my people will be coming through for me. They are going to come through for me. They are going to come through for these young people, because people love your castle. And because I know you love your castle, I know you are going to flood your castle with resources. Apart from the need for classrooms, we're also having partnership discussions with several institutions. So some of you would have noticed that come September, the Maritime University will be operating out of your castle with the industrial engineering program. So students will do 2 years at your castle and 2 years at the Maritime University. And guess what? The government gave Maritime 100 scholarships, and they could not find 100 students. So those scholarships will come to your castle. So it is very possible you will start your degree in the first 2 years without paying a cent. So UTech heard that Maritime was in the house. And UTech called me to say, we want to be on board too. We will offer you any program you want. 2 years at your castle, 2 years at UTech. And then I am sure our regional director will tell you that Delaware State University also wants to get in on the act. 2 years at your castle to do aviation management, and 2 years at Delaware State University. Then I'm sure you have heard about the Mount Pleasant Academy partnership. Sooner than later, Mount Pleasant will become a campus of the York Castle High School. It means all our footballers will now live at Mount Pleasant, and we will recruit some of the best footballers in the country, and they will be a part of the York Castle family. So no more will you hear that York Castle is a beaten stick in football. These partnerships are cutting-edge partnerships. In fact, I got a call from a college. Won't tell you which college. Mr. Treasure, what you up to? The things you're doing on a high school things. And you're giving us too much competition now. Trust me. As far as we are concerned, we are moving full speed ahead. Those who have issues, catch up with us. But we're not backing down. We are providing all the opportunities that we know that there are opportunities out there. And we will continue to provide these opportunities to our students. So finally, because I know tired of hearing me now. Please understand that I did not get this opportunity for the past 2 years. A whole heap of things I have to say. Worse. I did not have you for devotions in the auditorium to give you my long speeches. So I would have saved it for this day. So this is what you are getting now. But finally, yeah man, give me the preacher sound. So the pandemic was devastating, but it also dragged us into the fourth industrial revolution, where man and artificial intelligence must coexist. Your castle is now in expansionist mode, in a revolutionary way. We are exploring new frontiers that high schools have never entered. But we believe that it will open up new curriculum offerings, and sixth form pathways. New ICT technology is making it possible for us to access academic programs from all over the world. Every effort will be made to prepare our students for the careers of the fourth industrial revolution. Our parents and students must keep pace with the current global trends and align their academic decisions to those trends. Your castle has become one of the most in-demand schools in Jamaica because we have kept pace with the global trends. Traditional careers and customs are leaving many graduates behind, and it is my expectation that the class of 2022 will continue to seek the knowledge and skills that are current and relevant. If you take on things that are old, you will not find jobs. Get this straight. So all you're going to do is spend time quarreling that imagine me go to school and do degree and scam and make more money than me. The truth is, if you study things that are not relevant, that are not global, that are not trending, of course you are going to spend the rest of your time at home. Your castle has exposed you all to a performance-driven culture, innovative teaching, innovative learning that I believe has equipped you to perform at the highest level in the global environment. And I expect you to do well out there. I expect you to take on things that are trending. I quote from Michelle Obama as I bring this to a close. You may not always have a comfortable life, and you will not always be able to solve all the world's problems at once. But don't ever underestimate the importance you can have, because history has shown us that courage can be contagious and hope can take on a life of its own. Graduates of 2022, I wish you all the best. I know that some of you will return in September, and my grade 13 students will move on to higher places. Remember our motto and hold fast. Nil sine, up you mighty Yorkies. Can you? Yes, we can.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. And yes, you did miss out on the Friday and the Monday mornings. One thing that I want to tell you, graduating class of 2022, is that I want you to dream big, work hard, think for yourself, love everything you love, everyone you love with all your might. And do so, please, with a sense of urgency, for every tick of the clock subtracts from fewer and fewer, the words of David McCullough Jr. At this time, we will have an item from the award-winning choir, the York Castle High School Schools Choir. I'm sorry. It's from the choir? The graduates, it's your time to shine. And remember, $100,000 is at stake. Let's do this like the true Yorkist we are. me make it clear that not all of you will sing. Yes? That we will have a representation, and this is by the school's choir. All right?
you so very much indeed. If caterpillars can fly, so can I, indeed. At this point, we will now invite Miss Jashika Harvey, our head girl, to come and do the introduction of our guest speaker. Jashika?
Tested, okay. Principal, vice principals, chairman of the board, or most valued and invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, graduates, good afternoon. The task is mine to introduce the afternoon speaker, Miss Carleen Joy Segree, and indeed it is an honor for me to do so. Miss Segree possesses admirable and enviable qualities. She is eloquent, goal-oriented, and quite strategic. She has a long and fruitful career in education, spanning close to 25 years. Her work as an educator dates back to her tenure as a classroom teacher at the Murray Mountain All-Age School. Over the years, she has grown tremendously, blossomed beautifully, and impacted greatly on the lives of many individuals. Excellence is her goal, and she shuns mediocrity and readily pursues new horizons. Due to her indomitable spirit and devoted attitude to her work, she was accepted in the Education Officer Corps as a Territorial Education Officer in the Ministry of Education for Region 3 in May 2007. In 2011, she assumed the role of Community Relations Officer. In 2015, she was promoted to the post of Senior Education Officer for the primary unit. Success is a state of mind. If you want success, start thinking of yourself as a success. This quote epitomizes Miss Segree. This illustrious woman also served as president of the Jamaica Association of Education Officers. Unstoppable? Yes, she is. In 2018, Ms. Segree was seconded for the National Educational Inspectorate as Senior Staff Inspector for Quality Assurance, where she served for 2.5 years. She's currently the Regional Director for Region 3 in the Ministry of Education. Please help me welcome a woman of high caliber, a woman who is led by dreams and quite relentless in pursuits, Miss Carleen Segree.
Thank you so much, Miss Harvey. I listened to her just now, and I had to say to Mr. Treasurer, sometimes it's difficult to recognize who they're talking about, but I'm going to try to live up to the introduction. This is the day that the Lord hath made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. This is a day that you have been longing for since grade 7. Isn't that so? Yes. So, and everybody else who came up here. Thank you. This is a day that you have longed for, and we want to celebrate with you this afternoon. as the choir just sang, if caterpillars can fly, so can I. And today we are looking on at you as the beautiful butterflies that you are in your sea of gold, looking so wonderful. Could you please stand so that we can properly acknowledge you? Wow! 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 Don't take your seats as yet. Did you hear the applause from your parents and your supporters? You never hear it. They never hear it. Very good. Thank you, parents. No students, don't sit as yet. You are looking this beautiful because somebody poured into you. Yeah, your parents did. Now put your hands together and applaud your parents. Some of you were raised by grandparents too. Yeah. Whoever was your support system, this afternoon we want to salute you in the audience, whether you're here personally or you're in the online platform. We acknowledge our parents for the wonderful work you did with your children. You may take your seat. Chairpersons for this afternoon's event, Mrs. Nina Dixon and Mr. Akimio Timol. Board Chairman on Zoom, Bishop Christine Gunbenguchi. Other distinguished members of the board we have with us here, Reverend Athlone. Distinguished Principal, Mr. Raymond Treasure. Vice Principals and members of faculty and the support staff. Mr. Erwin Clare, OD, representing the Alumni Association. Outstanding members of the diaspora and the Alumni Association, whether you're here or you're watching on YouTube, Facebook, or Zoom. Hardworking and outstanding parents, guardians, and friends. And of course, those of whom we are gathered here for, our graduates. I greet you well. Good afternoon. I want to say to you that it is my distinct honor and a privilege to be with you this afternoon to share in your 2022. I understand that our Member of Parliament is here. Let me greet Miss Krista Lee. I am not seeing, right behind me? Okay. And of course, we must greet our counselor of the dynamic, Miss Kim Brown. Yes, yes, yes. Two beautiful ladies who are working hard to make Brownstown better. Two beautiful ladies who are investing in the schools within Brownstown and the Northwest St. Anne constituency. I greet you well, ladies. This is an occasion to celebrate your achievements over the past 5 or 7 years as students at your Castle High School, and to encourage you to begin the next phase of your lives. But I must pause to congratulate your Castle High School for the many achievements during this very difficult time of world history. York Castle High School brought much excitement and energy to the region this year as you dominated CSEC CAPE, and the JCDC Festival of the Performing Arts. Just now, Mr. Treasure greeted the robotics team. I too want to congratulate you. I too had the opportunity to meet you individually. And I too am a cheerleader of the York Castle robotics team. Heartiest congratulations and commendations to you, the students, and to our teachers who worked so hard and have provided so much support for a successful year. This afternoon, I want to acknowledge you, students, as survivors, whom I have no doubt will exceed the tenets of your theme for this afternoon's event, empowered to transform our space. No other persons on this planet would have completed 2 years and 3 months of their high school years in such a volatile environment of a devastating pandemic that caused much fear, ailments, and deaths. Yet you survived it. You would have encountered in your last 2 years and 3 months the frequent announcements of the variants of the COVID-19 pandemic: Alpha, Beta, Delta, and Omicron, the four that comes to mind. Did they have Gamma? You would have experienced the uncertainties and the conspiracy theories which challenged your belief in science and medicine surrounding the virus as well as the vaccines. You would have been prodded to take the vaccine so that you could return to face-to-face lessons. And boy, did your castle turn out with having the most students vaccinated in this region. I remember Kevlani Vedang, where are you? Kevlani was the first student to be vaccinated in the parish when we had our vaccination blitz at Marcus Garvey Technical High School. A brave young fellow. You would have experienced year-long lockdowns and online classes. You would have had to wear masks to school. The world changed right before your eyes while you were on the last lap of your high school journey. And oh, what a ride it has been. Kudos to you and to your parents who stayed the course of the journey and supported your every move. Kudos to your teachers who also faced the same conditions and the same struggles, but they too persevered and triumphed in the online environment. Certainly you heard the confessions earlier from Mr. McIntosh. Can you imagine how hard it was for our teachers when they tried to get you to respond, but all you did was to turn on the Zoom. You logged in on many occasions, but were never there to respond. But students, your experiences, though they may appear negative, have empowered you for the transformation required to own your space as the true eagles you have been cultured to be over the last 5 or 7 years. I too want to salute young Jana Kiani, whose experience was cut short last year in that tragic vehicle accident. We pray her soul continues to rest peacefully and that perpetual light will shine on her. We know that as a true eagle she is dominating among the angels. As you transition from the 5th or 7th year of your high school years and prepare for the challenges of the 6th form and post-secondary education and further training, and for some who may enter the world of work, You will be doing so in a rapid changing world. You are graduating at a time of great uncertainty in the world. Change has become the only constant. Yet, it is a time filled with great opportunities. It will be up to you to determine which path you will take. There's a saying about when life throws you lemons. And lemons is it because lemons are sour. You should not bellyache about it or crumble under the pressures of life, but rather we encourage you to be creative and to use the lemons to make lemonade, lemon cake, lemon drops, lemon ice cream, and even the rinds can be used to make lemon art. In other words, don't use your lemon situation to turn to a life of, Mr. McIntosh taught me this last year, chopping the line. Don't use your lemon situation to turn to a life of chopping the line. And I dare you, if you have started to chop the line, stop. I challenge your parents. But if you know your children have taken to these vices of a society, but you use common sense and let good sense prevail and speak out against it. Do not encourage your children by accepting the spoils of such a life to come into your homes. It has become a part of our subculture, but one destined for disaster. As a matter of fact, the lifespan for those who participate in such activities have been reduced to less than 25 years old. Parents, Mr. Clare, I don't know if you knew about chopping the line, sir. Because last year I heard the term, sir, and then I had to be educated by Mr. McIntosh about what it meant. We rebuke it in Jesus' name. Parents, the Ministry of Education and Youth has been promoting lifelong learning, encouraging our school graduates not to see their studies as being completed at the end of secondary education or even at the undergraduate university level. But even after graduate school, you will constantly need to be re-engaged in training to adapt to the new ways of doing business. So in a few years, we should be addressing you as Dr. McIntosh, Professor Williams, Executive Director Bennett, Game Developer Vedang, Principal Smith, and the list goes on and on. The truth is, in another few years, some of the jobs that we enjoy will be obsolete. You will have to create your own niche, your own pathways. You are going to be the creators of the new economy and the new jobs. Traditionally, when you leave high school, we encourage you to look to the University of the West Indies, the University of Technology, or some overseas institution to prepare for you for work in the traditional fields of the humanities and sciences. However, in our contemporary world, you need to broaden your perspective and look out for new opportunities which begin here as you engage in your sixth form program. The graduates from upper six can allude to that. Where are you, ladies and gentlemen? Our sixth form graduates. The Ministry of Education launched its mandatory sixth form program, and your castle stepped up the pace because, of course, it started before. But now one of the leading and most enrolled at that level, your castle is leading in that area of offering 2 additional years to students. We salute you. We hope that you will be the ambassadors for the sixth form program and that you will sell the program to the grade 11 students so that they too will be as successful as you have been. Congratulations and thank you. Thank you. Parents, I was introduced as the regional director of the Ministry of Education. So I'm wearing 2 caps. So let me just tell you briefly about this program. It's the ministry's sixth form program that has 3 pathways to it. Pathway 1 is our traditional pathway where students, it is what you're used to. Students come to do their CAPE examinations to move on to tertiary level education. Pathway 2, that is our technical pathway for skills training. And for those who qualify, they too can do CAPE as well. And pathway 3 is a general pathway for those who have not met the requirements for pathways 1 and 2. Remarkably, at this school, your principal, Mr. Treasure, has made the program dynamic, has created greater possibilities for you. So there has been an amalgamation of both pathways 1 and aspects of pathway 2, so that you come here, you leave with your CAPE examination, certification, and you also leave with a skill. Isn't that interesting? It is. We have to enable that you become marketable, competitive, and competent, ready for the big world. Diversify yourselves. Do not limit yourselves. Ladies and gentlemen, Jamaica's increased trading relationships with China signals a need for more of our people to acquire Mandarin language skills. For example, to communicate more effectively with our Asian partners. And so when we say diversify yourselves, we're asking you to look beyond what is available here in Jamaica. Likewise, the Caribbean Maritime University presents a new world of opportunities that should not be overlooked. I must laud the principal and the board of governors here at the York Castle High School for the relationship, the amalgamation to partner on this matter with the CMU to offer industrial engineer coming this September. We recognize the diversification of your program, whereby Delaware State University is having ongoing talks, Mr. Clare, with the Ministry of Education and York Castle High School to offer a program in aviation management and possibly training to become pilot. The Ministry of Education is placing more emphasis on technical, vocational education training and certification through the many opportunities presented in the 7-year program. Coming on stream Shortly, students will leave with a high school certificate offered by the Ministry of Education, the National School Leaving Certificate. Work is still underway, so unfortunately we can't present you with that certificate this afternoon. It would have been lovely, but the next generation that comes up will receive that when they graduate. Of course, some of you will opt to start your own business. You are the creative and innovative generation. Generation Z, we call you. You can create great problem-solving tools with computer technology in the creative arts and animation, which were not opportunities we had when we were your age. Whatever the direction you choose to go, though, you will still have to adapt to the world and its new demands. Now, I could not address this graduating class without recognizing how much you have worked to achieve personally, along with the efforts of your principal, Mr. Treasurer, a Dynamo, the Board of Management, your teams, and your parents. So while I congratulated you earlier, I want to also acknowledge the fact that many of you would have already secured passes in CSEC, in maths and English, from as early as grades 9 and grade 10. Isn't that remarkable? Last year, when everybody in Jamaica was complaining about failing rates and students not doing so well in CXC, your castle did not have that cry. Last year, we were able to celebrate with you as you picked up so many CXC awards and outstanding performances in the Caribbean in many subject areas. But the one that comes to mind quite readily is financial services, because it is a new one that even for me, I'm trying to get some understanding about it. But you went in and you dominated. And so I congratulate you. The past students of this illustrious institution have been making their contribution to the development of this school and Jamaica. You have one of the most robust alumni associations of all times, with some big names that rings through the halls of Jamaica and in America. Readily comes to mind Mr. Erwin Clare, OD, Mr. Dwight Clark, Jennifer Small on the local scene, Dion Hemmings, and right here in Brownstown, the NAMS, and of course, Milton Brady in the Florida chapter. And you wonder how I know so much about your castle. I know a lot because the school promotes itself positively in social media. So I follow the pages and I'm able to pick up on the positives that take place here at your castle high school. I'm saying to you that those are the names I know, but there are many others. I challenge you to surpass the work that they are doing. If you are to soar to new heights, you must learn to give back. I was saying to Principal Treasurer just to know that on arrival, I noticed that the number of persons outside would easily fit inside, and then there would still be need for more room. So I put it to you, and I put it to you, Brother Clare, that this auditorium could possibly take an expansion, maybe a few levels up. steel framing, lightweight material. Yes. Yes. I hear a basketball court coming up behind me here. You have to give back, because when you give back, I'm telling you, your worth, your value, and all that you hope to achieve is maximized. And so, even from this stage, I'm saying to you, don't only take what is poured into you, but find ways of giving back as soon as you're able to when you leave this institution. Students, the first rung on the ladder of success is the confidence that you can achieve what you set your mind to. Remember that our first national hero and a great man from St. Anne said, which is applicable and transcends across all generations and all times. If you haven't the confidence in yourself, you are twice defeated in the race of life. With confidence, you have won even before you started. The Right Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey. I look at you and I see confidence. I see leaders, good stewards, yes. I see people who are positioned to take over Jamaica and the world. Like Pinky and the Brain? Yes, yes. Yes, you will have obstacles to overcome, and you may have to push yourself hard above the noise around you. But don't limit yourselves. Don't be defined by the naysayers and those who say you can't come to anything. Don't be defined by those who undermine you. Don't be defined by those who try to silence you or sideline you. You must know yourself for yourself, because you owe it only to yourself to be true. You might look at us here on the platform and think that we just reached here and life has been smooth sailing and easy. But I put it to you, but it has not been so. For many of us, the hardships have been many. I am a girl from Stand Fast. Anybody in here from Stand Fast? Pick up Stand Fast. Just the one hand. No student from Stand Fast? Near Stand Fast then? The church waited to Stand Fast students. They graduated last year, okay. I'm speaking about adversaries and adversities. I want to say to you students, just to share a little analogy with you about adversity. Everybody in here would be familiar with coffee, and not the singer, coffee where you drink, yes. I said the boy shaking their head, right. Coffee, you're familiar with carrot, and you're familiar with eggs. No. If your people say you get yourself into hot water, when you get yourself in trouble, they say you get yourself in hot water. Yes. No, hot water, being the adversity, changes things. But you can choose to change the adverse situation. So like the coffee, when the coffee is placed in hot water, what happens? What happens to the water? Right, it changes the color of the water. And a lot of things change too. The aroma in the room, right? And of course, the best part of it is that it tastes very good. Yes. Now with the egg is hard on the outside because of its shell, but mushy and soft on the inside. But what happens to the egg when it goes into the hot water? Hard on the inside and hard outside. What happened to the carrot? The carrot went in and came back out soft and flaccid and floppy. I put it to you. I know why you're laughing, but I put it. It's the F word, right? All right. But it is true. Yes, that is the word. Yes. So now, you must choose. If you want to be like the coffee, changing situations, or if you want to be like the egg or the carrot, but when faced with adversity, you come out soft and weak, or as the egg did, came back out hard on the inside and hard on the outside. For me, I choose to be like the coffee. Because, as Jackie Chan says, coffee is a language by itself. I see I have you talking about that, yes. When you go home, you try it. Try the coffee and the egg and the carrot, if you never believe me. If you don't believe about the carrot, it's a nice... it's a nice hard carrot, and put it in the hot water and boil it up and see how it come out. Let me share with you a few pearls of wisdom as you transition from one level to the next chapter of your lives. Or, as the young people say, as you update. Right, Mr. McIntosh? Yes, as you update. The first one, don't be afraid to fail. Don't be afraid to fail. If you don't remember anything else this afternoon, if you don't even remember the coffee story, remember these ones. Don't be afraid to fail. It is a part of the process. It's a part of your journey. Martin Casado, a computer scientist and entrepreneur, he spoke at the Northern Arizona University's graduation. And in his remarks, he mentioned that people in business, they are familiar with failure. They have had to accept failure as a part of their journey. He said he failed many, many times before finally selling the company he co-founded in 2007. He co-founded that company. 5 years later, he sold that company for $1.26 billion US. But he failed many times before. I'm saying to you, students, that you have to hone your skills at failure. Failure is not the end. Failure propels you to start new opportunities, to reimagine how you can make a good comeback from the examples you have learned undergoing the first process. It is not a shame. The wisdom. Get good at failure. It is a part of life. Therefore, if when the CXC results come out, or the City and Guilds, and it is not favorable, don't roll over and play dead. You have other opportunities to do it all over again. Right, parents? Yes, and don't pressure them so they become depressed about it. The second one I want to say to you, students, this afternoon, catch and release. Say it. Yes, and there's a movie about it. Do you watch it on Netflix? No, not yet. All right. But in this case, I am not speaking to the movie. I'm saying to you, you can't walk around with a grudge all the time. Let go of the grudges. So when things come at you, Deal with it then and move on. We are tired of waking up each morning to the deaths from gun violence and other antisocial behaviors because largely people have not let go of grudges. You please don't be a part of that society, that culture. Don't be so affected when people do you wrong. You cry if you must. Sometimes you have to cuss too. It's okay. But you can't cuss every day. Move on. Move on. Move on in your spirit. Move on in your experiences. Don't carry grudges. Third one, trust in life's processes. I say to you, as I would have said before, life is not smooth sailing. Largely, your parents have sheltered you into being where you are now. Here, I heard Mr. Treasure saying some students couldn't even take the bus to come here yesterday. But in the real world, when you face the challenges, understand the process is different from the product. Know that life is an adventure. This is Mary Mary song comes to mind, but I am not as brave as Reverend Athlone to try and sing this afternoon. But it says that there will be mountains, but I will have to climb. And there will be battles, but I will have to fight. But victory or defeat, it is up to me to defeat. But how can I expect to win if I never try? Right? So words have meaning. And the songs have meanings too. When you listen to them, try to take the meaning from them and know that life is an adventure. The adventure of you is a journey to fulfill your own purpose and potential. I leave with you exercising compassion. The world needs compassion. They have become cold and hard. We have to learn to accept diversities, differences in thoughts, in expression, in perspectives. That way we understand that we are all in this together. My favorite saying, Mr. Treasure, because I really can relate to it, and I want to share it this afternoon, is that the universe is perfect. It's actually, like I said, something I say almost every day. Because when the challenges come at me, I have to remember that God created the universe, and so it has to be perfect. All the things that happen to us were designed to happen that way. I told you a while ago about my own situation, being from Standfast. Today, I'm here at the York Castle High School's graduation exercise. Miss Harvey would have told you that I'm the regional director overseeing 120 schools in this region. But when I was growing up, we were told that nothing good no come from Standfast. It's true. We were feared at school if they knew you were from Standfast. You were shunned. What if I had believed that crap? Today I can say thanks be to God. My mother raised 7 girls, and none of us turned out to be a croft. I'm saying that to you because I said to you the universe is perfect. So despite the hardships, you can turn out to be great. Don't be a croft. Right, young man? Yes. I have to say to you, graduates, that the fact that you're here today means you have shown exceptional fortitude in the completion of your studies to this point. It means that you are being prepared for the world and to make your contribution to the further development of this country. You are the young adults that will shortly take over this country and the world. It also means that despite the challenges you have faced, you made it to the end of this chapter. I put it to you, students, to be good, be kind to your parents. Love your parents. They have poured much into you and sacrificed a lot. I use this moment to, some of you would know that I lost my mother recently, and I would have had to muster up much strength to come here today. I pay homage to Mrs. Ines Degree. May her soul rest in peace. I ask you to pay homage to your parents while they are still alive. Because when they're gone, it's very hard. Finally, I don't think I could come here and not say to you this morning, students, ladies and gentlemen, young men, young women, young adults. Some people believe that when they reach 18, because the government says you are legally an adult, it means that you must do all the wayward things and put your parents through heartache. I put it to you. We don't want to see any babies around here. It's too early for you. And this is not a message only for the girls, but a message for the boys. When you get yourselves into that entanglement, you see, in Jamaica we say pitney maintenance. Pitney maintenance hard, especially if you are not working. And then guess who the pressure come on? The mothers. Your mother, because sometimes the girl not working neither. Guard yourselves, ladies. You own your lives. You own your future. Gentlemen, you own your lives. You own your future. Do not be careless about your activities. No one is saying you must not have fun and live your lives. But we're saying, do not be careless. I would have to say that to you, otherwise it wouldn't have been complete. In all of this too, remember your teachers and the work they have done in making you who you are. Some of you were difficult, and some of you take long to learn. It's true. But the teachers have had to make you into something. And so, always remember your teachers. Show them respect and pay homage to them. Now I say to you, go. Go. Go build on the sound foundation you have been provided in leadership, scholarship, stewardship, and good-naturedness. at your Castle High School. You are truly positioned for greatness. Congratulations! Well done, and the best wishes. Quoting from Philippians 4 verse 3, and today I heard our MP use the same quote scripture at Brownstone High School, what is a favorite of mine because I believe it. And you know it well too. You can do all things through Christ who strengthens you. I put you instead of I because I'm talking to you, but it really says I. So the self-talk, talk to yourself, sing to yourself, encourage yourselves. Do whatever you got to do to keep on moving, keep on growing, keep on excelling. Thank you for listening. God bless you all.
Such an eloquent speaker and such profound words of inspiration and encouragement. Mr. Clare, you are aware of Ed Koch. He's a former New York City mayor. And he said, the fireworks begin today. Each diploma is a lighted match, and each of you graduates is a fuse. It is now that time where we invite our grade supervisors and form teachers to do the presentation of diplomas and certificates.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we present to you the class of 2022 11Y. And the form teacher of 11Y, Mrs. Renee Walsh Sims, will present her class.
The key to realizing a dream is to focus not on success, but on significance. And then even the small steps and little victories along your path will take on greater meaning. Oprah Winfrey. And I now introduce to you graduates of 11Y. Matthew Anderson, Tonian Anderson. Jaden Barnett, Shanique Bartley. Antoine Brown, Natalie Brown. Keon Brown, Shantara Davis.
I did speak to you about this. You try that again, I throw you out. You applaud after.
Princeton Brian, Tremaine Dennis. Tejon Chedising, Deanja Gordon. DeLandre Clark, Kelicia Grant. Orlando Copeland, DeAndrea Green. Akeem Cunningham and Dejanay Green. Julio Duncan, Samuel Henry. Ajane Foster and Carice Johnson. Damel Howard, Isabella Lubban. Lucan Jones, Jelaine Sims. Sohan Merpuri, Odian Smith. Damani Nicholson, Samoya Smith. Javon Richards, Gabriel Williams. Rejon Roberts, Nikisha Williams. Justin Rodney, Joshdale Seaton. Andre Todd, Corey Vassell. Damani Williams, Oj Woodhouse. And I leave you with another quote from Oprah Winfrey, which says, "The choice to be excellent begins with aligning your thoughts and words with the intention to require more from yourself." Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please applaud 11Y. And just before we move on to 11O, just some ground rules. My students kind of know me. I don't like Butterella behavior. Don't you know that? Yes, you know that. You know that. So we strive to be organized and sophisticated. So you will wait until all the students come up, then we will applaud parents. Right. I know we use certain things, but we have to make Jamaica a sophisticated place. And is that only dancehall culture come out of Jamaica, you know? Yes. We are actually a high society people. So, ladies and gentlemen, class of 2022, 11O. Okay, so the presenters will fill in.
We now begin with Demar Bramwell.
Kenise Barnett.
Bison Brown.
Tahira Bennett.
Tisha Marie Brown. Troy Campbell.
Torian Bramwell.
Jermaine Christie.
Michelle Brown.
Stephen Cook.
Shakira Bryan.
Demario Cross.
Janiel Campbell.
Rondre Ferron.
Lorna Lee Campbell.
Raheem Harris.
Dacia Davis.
Kajel Henry.
Ranelia Edwards.
Jeraine Hunter.
Kimisha Francis.
Khalil Jones.
LaDonna James.
Khalil Lamont.
Elaine Johnson.
Damani McHugh.
Amelia Miller.
Angel Nolasco Pachardo.
Valenka Price.
Sertion Small.
Rikayla Riley.
Tevin Smith.
Amanda Small.
Raheem Walters.
Samoya Seavright.
Antoine West and Kevlin Williams. Sorry, Kelvin Williams. And Damon wisdom.
That's the end.
Ladies and gentlemen, please applaud the graduating class from 11O.
Okay, thank you. 11O, you may give them another round of applause. 11O. I now present to you the class of 2022, 11R. Please stand, 11R. And Miss Leonie Bailey, the form tutor for 11O, will do the presentation.
Carefully watch your thoughts, for they become your words. Manage and watch your words, for they will become your actions. Consider and judge your actions, for they have become your habits. Acknowledge and watch your habits, for they shall become your values. Understand and embrace your values, for they become your destiny. Please welcome 11 Resilience. Jelani Brown.
Abian Bailey.
Jaden Clark.
Shandice Brown, sorry.
Kajim Daly.
Rihanna Bryan.
Jaden Grant.
Ashani Clark. Ashanti Clark.
Damar Green.
Kerona Craig.
Fitzgerald Henry.
Davina Da Costa.
Tamar Henry.
Renee Doran.
Micah Hyde.
Kadisha Francis.
John Vaughn Thomas.
Carissa Grant.
Kiefer Turnbull.
Cedrice Greaves.
Rishon Weston.
Marshallie Jarrett.
Sashanai Lewis.
Nikayla Morris.
Octavia Piper.
Tia Rayson. Saskia Reed. Saskia Reed.
Taika Robinson.
Ashake Smith.
Jamani Walker.
And Petrina Willoughby.
Remember, you are powered with resilience. Go out there and take over the world.
Class 11R.
Please be seated. 10R. Please give them another round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, the class of 2022, 11K. And Mrs. Jenkins Thomas will make the presentation of graduates.
Intelligence plus character. That is the goal of true education. Martin Luther King Jr. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Gentini, Batchcom, Victoria Blackford. A. John Brown, Jitania Burke. Kevon Cohen, Tichelle Clayton. Stephen Dawson, Ashley Douglas. Orlando Fowler, Georgia Henry. Dante Garrell, Danny Isaac. Raheem Gordon, Jenny Parry. Andrade Gore, Gabriel Johnson. Joshua Dean Hall, Shanika Pinnock.
Okay, I'm sure you don't want me to stop it. Keep to yourselves, okay? We are going to do it properly, and you will not bully us into doing it how you want it. Do it how we want to do it. Thank you.
Shade Howard, Ronique Redway. Keanu McDougall, Zadia Reed. Mark McGrath, Ashanti Rose. Javon Murphy, Sashane Simpson. Rolanda Smith, Kalia Walker. Kanye Swaby, Shaquana Wright. Jamal Wilby, Jaleel Whittle. DeAndre Williams, Kenil Williams. And Antonil Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, 11K.
Okay, you may applaud now. You can shout now. Clap now, yes. This is your opportunity. Thank you, class of 2022, 11K. You may be seated. Thank you. Okay, license plate 6178 JP, a blue Toyota. You're actually blocking another participant, and they do have an emergency at this point. License plate 6178 JP. It's a blue Toyota. You're blocking a participant, and they need to go now. It's an emergency. Okay. All right, so we are moving on quite well. We are now at the class of 2022, and we are now at 10I. Sorry, 11S. Right, please stand, 11S. Please cheer, clap, 11S. And our form teacher, Miss Hannah K. Miller, will present.
Take pride in how far you have come. Have faith in how far you can go. But don't forget to enjoy the journey. Michael Josephson. Marvel Allen, Simona Atkinson. Javier Anderson, Mahala Brown. Stephen Bury, Rihanna Davis. Daniel Brooks, Deandra Fagan. Durante Daly, Cassandra Hilton. Kenil Gordon, Dijane Martin. Anthony Graham, Janae Moore. Kelvin Hall, Savannah Mornan. Joshua Luke Hamilton, Rachel Lee Reese. Malachi Hudson, Venetia Richards. Justin Johnson, Ebony Stewart. Jordan Lawrence Tahima Thomas. Orlando McCarthy, Mia Thompson. Wait a minute. Devondre McFarlane, Shade Wilson. Biton Reed, Romario Ricketts. Josiah Shaw, Preston Simpson. Javar Sinclair, Jamarley Smith. Kiwane Thompson, Ajani Wright. Thank you. Save the best for last. Omario Smith.
Okay. 11S, you are wonderful. You behaved yourself well. Give them a round of applause. Wonderful, wonderful. You may be seated. You even follow the rules. You notice when I gave you the command. Clap yourselves, man. Proud of you, proud of you. All right. Now, parents, you are now giving us some problems. My grade 13s can't move because you are standing in their way. So you now need to step back. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to present a group that I call them the melting pot group because they come from all over. So we have York Castle students, Ferncourt students, Westwood, St. Hilda's, St. Hugh's, Ochereus, Brownstown. So it's our melting pot group. So please put your hands together for 13 Business, the class of 2022. And their form teacher, their director, assistant director, Mrs. Buchanan, will present.
Good afternoon, everyone. What lies behind us and what lies before us are small matters compared to what lies within us. 13 Business. Josiah Barclay, Brittany Alexander. Nicoy Brown, Samantha Blake. Zavaki Brown, Tuki Francis. Dajon Campbell, Melissa Grant. Melissa. Devon Davis, Joshika Harvey. Brajay Folks, Yannick Harvey. Joshon Johnson, Martia Johnson. Vidang Kevlani, Amoya Nelson. Siobhan Lowe, Prathna Sharma. Keanu Pashod, Amelia Taylor. Andre Reed, Hanifa Wright. And Ansel Richards.
Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Rose, our form teacher, and 13 business. Please give them a round of applause. And grade 11 boys, I hope you learned well from the grade 13 young men. They held their young ladies and they took them off the stage in style. Clap them. Wonderful, wonderful. I hope you learn. So when you reach grade 13, you should be, I notice a lot of you, because you have not yet gotten used to it, you left your young ladies on the stage. Thank you, 13 business, for teaching the grade 11 boys well. Thank you. All right, we now have the class of 2022, 13 humanities. Please welcome our form teacher, Miss Rose will continue to present.
Go confidently in the direction of your dreams. Live the life you have imagined. Henry David Thoreau. 13, Humanities. Ricardo Daly, Akesia Brown. O'Shane Hill, Lashana Brown. Dante Minto, Janelle Campbell. Jaheim Nickel, Brianna Edwards. Odero Valentine, Tavia Fairweather. Christopher Wallace, Vanessa Horton. Nicolette Hewitt, Gianna Holness. Taylor Hugh, Shakira Hyatt. Rebecca James, Brianna McKenzie. Jazara Rose, Amanda Slew. And Samalee Thompson.
Thank you, Miss Rose, and thank you, 13 Humanities. You may now applaud 13 Humanities. The class of 2022, 13 Sciences. And our presenter, Miss, I can't even recognize her with her makeup. Miss Robinson, put your hands together for the 13 Science and Miss Robinson.
An investment in knowledge always pays the best interest. Benjamin Franklin, Enrique Bailey, Michelle Allen. Jovara Brown, Brittany Blake, who is absent. Nakoi Campbell, Shanna Hemmings. Jadane Christie, Kimone Hines, Corey Gordon, Kalia Hudson, Paul Jones, Brianna Levy, Jaheem Keys, Ashika Levy, Tyrese King, Shanae Lowe, Ozan Robinson, Everest McIntosh, Anthony Smith, Gabriel McIntosh, McKnight, Kalitha Thorpe, Talitha Thorpe, Shabika Walcott, Tian Walcott, Monica Wilby, Alyssa Williams. Sorry. The beautiful thing about learning is that no one can take it from you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, 13 Science. Please applaud 13 Science. And finally, 13 Technical, the class of 2022, and Miss Lorraine Letts will make the presentation.
Ladies and gentlemen, friends of the York Castle family, ladies and gentlemen, friends of the York Castle family, I would like to present the graduating class of 13 Technical. Delano Chambers, Kenil Hewitt, Tyreek King, Rashid Lawman, Leonard Madden, Andrew McIntosh, Andrew McIntosh, Raul Mitchell, Deshaun Riley. Raul is not here. Trevon Rose, Nashon Wright, Shanae Dougal, and Teresa Harvey.
Okay, 13 technical. Please applaud 13 technical. Okay. At this point, we are going to speed up a bit because we need to leave before 6:30. So I now hand over. Wait first. I will now hand over to the presenters. We'll have an item, and then we'll have the presentation of academic and non-academic awards.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer, and congratulations to all of you. And also, congratulations to Miss Amanda Slew, who was second runner-up in the Jamaica, the JCDC Festival Queen competition. She did well. And speeding up, as Mr. Treasurer said, I can't go without saying this. I'd like to brag about York Castle High School because I believe that we're bigger than life. And listen, if you don't talk a big game, you never get anywhere. If you don't think big, you don't get big. Some people call it egotistical. Some people call it high hopes. Some people call it confidence. It's all in how you dissect it. At this time, we invite the school choir to come and present an item. While the choir is setting up, I noticed that majority of the graduates are outside taking pictures at this time. We are about to go into the awards section, and some of the persons who are receiving awards are outside. We ask that you come back as the proceedings are not done.
rain on your chest. It'll be alright in the morning, right come morning, right come morning. I see it in your eyes. I know you're gonna rise up, up when the sun comes up when the sun comes up. Hold your head high. I know you're gonna rise up when the sun comes up when the sun comes up. I see the dark when the sun comes up. I see the dark when the sun comes up. It's a day when the sun comes up. We rise again. I see the dark when the sun comes up. I see the dark when the sun comes up. It's a day when the sun comes up. We rise again. I can see your potential, even if you don't. Reflection up by the person in the mirror. One day you know, one day you know. Promise you it won't always be like this. All the stars heal up, the top is where the bottom ends up. And I want you to know you're beautiful even with your flaws. I know you're battling a different type of war. Even if they never see you, I feel you. Just stop and stare for a minute. I guess I see it in your eyes. I know you're gonna rise up when the sun comes up when the sun comes up. Hold your head high. I know you're gonna rise up when the sun comes up when the sun comes up. I see the dark when the sun comes up. I see the dark when the sun comes up. It's a day when the sun comes up. We rise again. I see the dark when the sun comes up. I see the dark when the sun comes up. It's a day when the sun comes up. We rise again. When you never want it up, you gotta come up with the formula. I heard by the speechless like Michael Jackson song, you know. When we are winning, we get laughing, you know. Now the vision and we are success, you know, we have to know. Formula, formula, formula. When you never want it up, you gotta come up with the formula. I heard by the speechless like Michael Jackson song, you know. When we are winning, we get laughing, you know. Now the vision and we are success, you know, we have to know. Formula, formula. I see it in your eyes. I know you're gonna rise up when the sun comes up when the sun comes up. Hold your head high. I know you're gonna rise up when the sun comes up when the sun comes up. I see the dark when the sun comes up. I see the dark when the sun comes up. It's like a day when the sun comes up. We rise again. I see the dark when the sun comes up. I see the dark when the sun comes up. It's like a day when the sun comes up. We rise again. Like a seed in the soil, just haven't grown yet. The power you hold, you don't even know yet. But yes, I know to lead is your purpose. It's deep in your bones. Of this I am certain.
One, two. One, two. Okay, before we begin, you know, as I said, we need to speed up the process, but before we move on, schools have been talking about the indiscipline that we are experiencing since these students have returned from online school. I remember having a graduation where students think they could leave and go on the outside. And this is what we have been talking about, parents, and you have encouraged the slackness. So those who are on the outside, before we move any further, come back inside. This is the level of indiscipline that is preventing Jamaica from accomplishing economic growth, this slackness, encouraged by parents. So those who are on the outside, you are going to find yourselves in, or you stay out forever. Jamaicans, we can't continue like this, where we do our own thing. Encouraged by adults. So, Mr. Brown, a very distinguished and outstanding past student, called me recently to make a commitment, and one was to donate a scholarship to a student who would be studying accounts and economics at the University of the West Indies. And he has committed to paying at least a year's tuition for that student for the 2022 to 23 academic term. It is my pleasure to welcome Mr. Brown, and he will also make a presentation to the top accounts and biology student. I invite Mr. Brown to make that presentation now.
It's a treasure, invited guests and students. It's my pleasure to be here this afternoon to share in the celebration for the class of 2022. 44 years ago, I had that pleasure in the same building, the first graduation, with I think it was Honorable Florizel Glasspool as the guest speaker. And I remember that. It's indelibly imprinted on my mind. So I know how you're feeling today. Well, as Mr. Treasurer mentioned, in my effort to give back to the school, I like to help our students. I'm given a commitment to pay their first year tuition in the Faculty of Social Science, and the student who I will be helping will be doing a course in the Department of Economics. And that successful person is Mr. Chevron Lowe. Just bear with me for a while I find the names and the, okay. I'm also going to make a presentation to the top biology student, and that is in grade, 11? And this is Miss Nikisha Williams. The next award is going to the top student in principles of accounts. And that is I should probably just give you a background. I'm a chartered accountant, right? So accounting is my thing. I'm a chief financial officer of the organization I work with. So this is very dear to my heart. And the biology was the prize I got when I graduated in 1978. So that's why those are dear to my heart. So the successful student in grade 11 for the top principles of accounts is O.J. Woodhouse.
All right, thank you, Mr. Brown, and congratulations, recipients. Well deserved, well deserved. All right, to keep the program going, at this time we're going to be inviting Mrs. A. Brown Edwards, Mrs. J. Marston Clark, Mr. X. Jackson, sorry, sir, and Mrs. Gordon. They will be coming to do the presentation of the academic and the non-academic awards. Please make them welcome.
We'll begin with the non-academic awards. Education is a passport to the future, for tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today. Malcolm X. And we have 4-H Club, Deandra Williams, Nikisha Williams.
Students who are on the program for non-academic awards, please line up quietly. Basketball, Josiah Barkley, Princeton Brian.
Business Club, Tahira Bennett, Shantara Davis.
Cadets, Odera Valentine, Raheem Gordon.
And now we give the award for the choir, Kalia Walker, Shanae Lowe.
Dance Society, Elaine Johnson, Tavorn York.
Debating, Ansel Richards.
Environmental Club, Kelitha Thorpe.
Extreme Junior Optimist, Tahira Bennett, Javon Richards.
Football, Malik Hudson, Anthony Smith.
ISCF, Lorna Lee Campbell, Kelitha Thorpe.
Journalism Club, Brianna Edwards, DeAndre Green.
Key Club, Javara Brown, Everest McIntosh.
Law Club, Ansel Richards, Tahira Bennett.
Mathematics Club, Shantara Davis, Vedant Kevlani.
Outstanding peer counselors, Amanda Slew, Ricardo Daly.
Outstanding peer tutor, Brittany Alexander, Tavia Fairweather.
Outstanding prefects, Andrew McIntosh and Jessica Harvey.
Outstanding students counselors, Dante Minto, Ashley Douglas.
Phoenix College Club, Samantha Blake, Dante Purcell.
Photography Club, Anthony Graham, Shanique Bartley.
Members of the Robotics Club, Vidang Kevlani, Andrew McIntosh, Sohan Mpuri, Trevon Rose, Deshaun Riley, Mark McGrath.
Sea Scout Delano Chambers. School Band, Khalil Jones, Brittany Blake. Schools Challenge Club, Rebecca James, Andrew McIntosh, Javon Richards.
Science Club, Rihanna Bryan, Luke and Jones.
Spanish Club, Marshanique Fuller.
Table tennis, Joshua Hamilton.
Track and field, Jelani Brown, Tukey Francis.
Tourism Action Club, Tony and Anderson, Brianna McKenzie.
That brings us to the end of the non-academic awards. We are now going to have some awards for academic excellence. That would have brought us to the end of the first round of our non-academic awards, we will continue with grade 13 awards. Andrew McIntosh, most outstanding sixth form graduate.
Vanessa Horton, environmental science, environmental awareness, and civic pride.
Amanda Slew, Director's Awards for Most Resilient Student.
Andrew McIntosh, most outstanding sixth form ambassador.
Dante Minto, Student Advocacy and Governance.
Samali Thompson, contribution to students' welfare and involvement.
Josiah Barkley, Tuki Francis, Sports, Co-curricular involvement.
Award for Academic Excellence. Elaine Johnson, the Bank of Nova Scotia Award for Academic Excellence in Business Entrepreneurship.
And the Esme MacLeod Award for Academic Excellence in Language and Communication goes to Nikisha Williams and Savannah Mornan.
Khalil Jones will receive the Beverly Hawthorne Award for Excellence in Creative Arts.
And the Island Dairies Award for Academic Excellence in Human Ecology and Hospitality Management goes to Tony Ann Bramwell.
Javon Richards will receive the James McDonald Award for Academic Excellence in Modern Language and Linguistics.
And the Jamaica Methodist Association Trophy for Spiritual and Holistic Development goes to Talitha Thorpe.
Andrew McIntosh receives the Burchell Whiteman Award for Outstanding Achievement in Student Government and Leadership.
And Andrew McIntosh also receives the Caswell Burton Award for Outstanding Co-curricular Involvement.
Samuel Henry receives the John Poxon Award for Outstanding Academic Performance.
And Jelani Brown receives the Dion Hemmings Award for Excellence in Sports. need help.
Anna J. Foster. Anna J. Foster receives the Dr. Cinda Nicholson's Award for Excellence in Pure and Applied Science.
And the Sterling Gordon Award for Excellence in Agriculture and Environmental Science goes to Julaine Sims.
Javon Richards and Jaleel Wheatle will receive the Jamaica National Award for Academic Excellence in Mathematics.
And the Carl Brown Award for Academic Excellence in Humanities and Liberal Arts goes to Tremaine Dennis.
Kaylia Walker will receive the John Harris Award for Cultural and Community Development. Students, please listen to the award before you applaud.
And the Bradshaw Tracy and the Johnson Trophy for the most outstanding geography student goes to Jaden Barnett.
The David Dennis Trophy for Excellence in Chemistry goes to Thamil Henry.
And the Noranda Bauxite Award for Academic Excellence in Industrial Technology goes to Tejon Chedi Singh.
Tejon also receives the Glenroy Hemmings Award for Academic Excellence in Technical Drawing.
And now we move on to the awards for academic performance, the Principal's Honor Roll. We begin with grade 11.
The students who makes the Principal Honor Roll has to receive 80% and over.
These are our students for grade 11. Thamil Henry.
Elaine Johnson.
Odeon Smith.
Students, please line up according to the list in your program. Students on the honor roll, please line up according to the list in the program.
And our principal, Mr. Treasurer, will be making these awards.
Gratitude to Mr. Jackson and Mrs. Gordon is still here. Mr. Jackson and Mrs. Gordon for presenting the awards.
We continue. Samoya Smith.
Nikisha Williams.
Antwain Brown.
Julio Duncan.
Ajane Foster.
Lucan Jones.
Javon Richards.
Justin Rodney.
And we move to grade 13. Brianna Levy.
Everest McIntosh.
Andrew McIntosh.
Prathana Sharma.
Jashika Harvey.
Ozan Robinson.
Vanessa Horton.
Teresa Patricia Harvey,
Vedang Kevlani,
Shakira Hyatt,
Amelia Taylor,
Amoya Nelson,
Siobhan Lowe,
Jaim Keys,
Shanae Lowe,
Brittany Alexander,
Shabika Walcott,
Brianna McKenzie,
Hanifa Wright,
Taylor Hugh, Continuing our academic awards for excellence, Everest McIntosh will receive an award for academic excellence in pure and applied science.
Andrew McIntosh, most outstanding technical student.
Jessica Harvey, most outstanding business student.
Brianna Edwards, most outstanding humanities and liberal arts student.
Vidang Kevlani, most outstanding computer science and digital media student.
And Josiah Barkley, most outstanding physical education and sports student.
And our top boy, or top young man, I should say, for the graduating class of 2022 is, we'll now invite the Member of Parliament to come to do that presentation. That's Miss Crystal Lee. Our top boy, top young man for the graduating class of 2022 is none other than Mr. Andrew McIntosh.
And our top girl is Nikisha Williams.
Just mention. Okay. Before you go, and when you reach this one, you'll take over. Just announce.
Your castle would not achieve what it has achieved if it weren't for the contribution of these persons. These are outstanding contribution to the school. Evergo Limited,
NCB Foundation,
the Universal Service Fund,
and the York Castle High School Alumni Association. Make the most of yourself, for that is all there is of you.
Mr. Erwin Clear will accept the award on behalf of the York Castle High School Alumni Association.
Thank you to all of our presenters.
And as Mr. Clear comes, he will also use the opportunity to make a presentation to the York Castle High School.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer, Master Ceremonies, all distinguished guests, graduates, congratulations. You know that part of your development and what you've achieved here today came as a result of the administration. You know that, right? Those are the folks who work in the office to make sure that the organization structure here is intact and be able to provide you services. I take this moment on behalf of the president of the York Castle Alumni Association in New York and on all the alumni associations to make a presentation of 5 computers equipped with state-of-the-art programs to the administrative staff of York Castle High School, because they too must be enriched and they too must be provided with services. I also want to invite you to aware of this information, that more investments have already been made in the robotics organization in the school, because the Alumni Association believes it is one of the trending ways to go, and because of your significant performances over the past several years, short years, and the impact that you've made, York Castle Alumni Association New York is committed to its continuity. So congratulations, staff, congratulations, students, and may God continue to bless this institution, this 5-star institution. Thank you very much.
Right, I'll invite Mrs. Edwards and Mr. Jackson to make this, to assist with this part of the, and maybe not, because they'll be recognized. I'm going to invite Miss Degree and Miss Lee to assist with this part of the presentation. And we'll do so quickly. I did promise you'll be out here before 6:30. We are about 5 minutes. Yes, we are about 5 minutes. All right. So these team members have been serving us for some time, and we use the opportunity to recognize them. Miss Shanika White Stanley, 11 years of service to York Castle. Mrs. Nino Dixon, 11 years of service. Mr. Lansdale Brown, 11 years of service. Mrs. Lafaya Henry Walker, 12 years. Miss Alicia Cole Smith, 15 years. Mrs. Michelle Bennett, 15 years. Mr. Denny Ferguson, 17 years. Mr. Omar Chambers, 21 years. Mrs. Shireen Allen Cole, 21 years. Right. Miss Diane Morgan Campbell, 20 years. Mr. Kirk Davis, 25 years. Mrs. Marcia Lawrence Hill, 25 years. Mrs. Julene Barnett Hemmings, 26 years. Mrs. Shereen Morgan Williams, 27 years. Mrs. Hyacinth Mears Griffiths, 28 years. Mrs. Lilith Wilson, 28 years. Mr. Lascelles Hines, 29 years. Miss Sonia Reed, 31 years. Mrs. Valerie Palmer, 30 years. Mrs. Antoinette Brown Edwards, 30 years. Mrs. Julia Coombs Robinson, 34 years. Mr. Seaton Jackson, 34 years. Mrs. Sanjay Horton, 34 years. Mrs. Marjorie Gordon, 36 years. So this, I hope the Member of Parliament can give us a weekend for two for Mrs. Gordon. Then for the administrative staff, Mr. Dwayne Allen, 25 years. Mrs. Karen Howard, 27 years. Ancillary staff, Mr. Michael Ricketts, 12 years. Mr. Lyndell Smith, 27 years. Unfortunately, he's not here with us because he got a stroke a few months ago, so he's not here. Mr. Wilfred Stewart, 15 years. And in the tuck shop, Mrs. Pamela Cook, 30 years. Commendations to all these members of the team. The fact that you can stay at your castle for over 35 years, it means that it is indeed a wonderful teaching and learning experience. It is my pleasure now to hand over to the MCs for the evening.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Now listen, I have good news and I have bad news. The bad news is that time flies. But the good news is that you are the pilots. So be courageous, class of 2022. Challenge the orthodoxy. Stand up for what you believe in. When you are in your rocking chairs talking to your grandchildren many years from now, be sure you have a good story to tell. I now invite Javon Richards to do the presentation to our guest speaker.
Chairperson, principal, members of staff, distinguished guests, fellow graduates, a pleasant afternoon to you all. It is indeed a pleasure and great honor to present to you our dearest guest speaker, Ms. Carleen Segree, with these lovely tokens of our appreciation on behalf of the graduating class of 2022. No wonder you are the regional director for the region of Trailblazers. Your speech was impeccable. The golden points that added glitter to our special day were: don't use your lemon situation to turn a life of chopping the line. Do not limit yourself. Find ways of giving back. And lastly, coffee changes, egg becomes hard, carrots becomes soft. Be like coffee to change your adversity. These words which you have spoken, I'm sure all graduates will not forget. We really appreciate your time, effort, gracefulness, poise, and most of all, your words of encouragement and enchantment. Ms. Segree, to be honest, the balloons may burst, but this plaque lasts forever. We hope that each time you see the plaque, you will indeed remember the class of 2022. As I present to you these tokens, I ask that all graduates stand and give a stupendous YC round of applause.
Thank you, everybody.
All right, we are winding down now. So at this moment, we are going to take the York Castle Dance Society. They have been practicing and practicing and practicing. And so they have a little special for us this evening. And right after that, we will have the vote of thanks by Miss Amanda Slew. So Dance Society, then Miss Amanda Slew in that order.
I am not a stranger to the dark. Hide away, they say, 'cause we don't want your broken parts. I learned to be ashamed of all my scars. Run away, they say, no one will love you as you are. But I won't let them break me down to dust. I know that there's a place for us, for we are glorious. When the strongest words wanna cut me down, I'm be. This is me. Look out, 'cause here I come. And I'm marching on to the beat I drum. I'm not scared to be seen. I make no apologies. This is me.
All right, give it up once more for the dance troupe. All right, that was excellent. That was beautiful. Miss Amanda Slew.
Good evening, everyone. I am humbled with great honor and privilege to propose the vote of thanks on this momentous occasion. Before all else, let me first off start by giving glory to the Almighty God for making today's occasion founding. Principals, chairman, teachers, our most valued invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, and most importantly, our special dear graduates. I should mention our deep meaning of appreciation for our keynote speaker, Miss Segri. Thank you for providing encouragement and excellent coverage on how we can add to the demand of the world. We are gathered here on this day, July 6th, at the Yorkcastle High School for this graduation ceremony, celebrating our individualistic and shared achievements as soldiers of the same army. This institution has granted us the opportunity to expand our wisdom, and we will be forever grateful. Us graduates, we can only commend ourselves for our unwavering dedication that has brought us through academic stress and rigors. Our metals were measured under pressure, and to witness our own victory is a testament to itself. To conclude, I say thank you to our parents who contributed tremendously to our lives. You did raise kings and queens. We salute you. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Amanda Slew. Now, students, finally from me. People tell you the world looks a certain way. Parents tell you how to think. Teachers tell you how to think. TV, religion, and then at a certain point, if you're lucky, you will realize you can make up your own mind. Nobody sets the rules but you. You can design your own life.
Again, congratulations. And as you leave this here, your castle, the home of the all-inclusive 5-star learning resort in this here region of Trailblazers, remember where you're coming from. Have a wonderful life, and don't forget about me.
All right. So at this time, we are going to be moving into the school song. But before we do, just want to remind the students, or the recipients rather, who would have gotten the large trophies, please remember to just carry them back, all right? All right, so after you have taken that picture, just, you know what to do. All right, so the choir, or members, representatives, all right, so while they come and stand, the chairman, Mr. Reverend Harrison, will come and give a little closing remark on behalf of the chairman. All right? So choir, you can set yourself up while Mr. Harrison closes off.
Thank you, Mr. Timol. I know the time is going, but I just wanted, on behalf of the chairman of the school board, Bishop the Reverend Christine Gooden-Bengushe, to take this opportunity to say a big thank you to the members of staff of the York Castle High School. Mr. Treasurer and your team, please stand and take a bow. You have done, as is the custom, a marvelous job. And so we want to thank you. And as our graduating class of 2022 get ready to make their final exit from this evening's function, just want to use the opportunity to wish you all the best. And of course, I do hope and pray that you will continue to remember the words that you were given from our guest speaker this evening as you go through to the next phase of your journey. Thank you very much. Have a blessed evening.
Okay, all the graduates, please return to your seats. Have a seat. Madam, I hope you know, young lady there, without your gown, you may go on the outside because you can't march without your gown. So you may march out first to the sides. Right. All right. Please stand for our school song led by the choir.
Like a pyramid on the plains of Egypt, dominating our whole countryside. Your future can be what you
Thank you. Nilsine. Up, you mighty Yorkers. Can you? Yes, we can. All right, we'll ask the parents to clear the way for us, please. Right. So we'll ask the parents to clear the way. All right, please clear the way. Now we'll have as you clear the way, we still stand at attention. Where are you going, sir, with that trophy? Come back in the line, sir. Don't waste my time. Let us stand for the singing of the national anthem of Jamaica. Do we have? Eat. Thank you. The graduates will remain standing and the audience will be seated at this point. Please sit, members of the audience. The platform party, please give us the music for the march. The platform party will leave first. The music for the graduates, please. So the platform, Miss Thomas, you said you had a song. So the platform party will leave first. Okay.
And I will lift up my eyes unto the
Okay,
hills.
platform
From whence
party,
cometh my help.
please.
My help cometh from the Lord who has made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth thy word shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and forevermore. Oh dear Lord. Wow.
Unto thee do I lift up my eyes. You delivered my soul in my distress. You heard my cry. Show me I know not the way. Hey, please show me I know not the way. Hey,
shines. My sun still shines.
Kumbaya, kumbaya, my soul's on fire. Kumbaya, kumbaya, burning desire.
Kumbaya, kumbaya, you take me higher. Kumbaya, kumbaya, unto you
Show me
I cry.
I know not the way. Yeah. Please show me I know not the way. Yeah.
I'ma count my blessings in life. No, I won't be ungrateful no time. Don't have everything in life I want, but my sun still shines. My sun still shines. For every day I'm alive, I'm anointed. Like the tree by the river that you planted. I was saved by your blood from the fountain. I have faith, and with faith you move mountains. Cause my Jaja set me free, Jaja set me free. Them no want me be clapping up a green. Out there for your dreams, out there for your dreams. No food, no day your yard, we get into the streets.
I know not the way. Yeah. Please show me I know not the way. Yeah. Unto thee do I lift up my eyes. You delivered my soul in my distress. You heard my cry. I'ma count my blessings in life. No, I won't be ungrateful no time. Don't have everything in life you want, but your sun still shines. Your sun still shines out there.
Kumbaya, kumbaya, I'm still breathing. Kumbaya, kumbaya, I'll see this evening. Kumbaya, kumbaya, my soul's on fire. Kumbaya, kumbaya, my flames burn higher.
My blessings in life, no, I won't be ungrateful no time. Don't have everything. Life, no, I won't be ungrateful no time. Don't have everything in life I want, but my sun still shines. Count your blessings in life, no. Don't be ungrateful no time. Don't have everything in life I want, but my sun still shines.
Oh yeah, upset up. Shakespeare, Jaja,
Mad son. Hey, follow me now, where see ya now. Hey, upset. See how upset. On and on and on and on. I'm a winner. You know the dance. I'm a winner. Hey, watch out now. I'm on the sun. Oh, we're winning right now, you be. Say we're winning right now. Then forget that trophy to what we living right now. Cause I'm winning right now, yeah. And I'm chilling right now. Oh, we're winning right now. Our Thanksgiving right now. Cause we're winning right now, yeah. I'm winning. I'm winning. I'm winning. Hey, watch out now. Hey, I'm a walking W. Learn from the else. Turn them in a medal in a trophy and bells. Every day you see we with them on our next level. Break records like we cracking eggshells. And every single ounce of effort we expel. It's all about progress, cause we have to excel. I watch them looking like soldiers we dress well.